Testing 1 2 3 4. And welcome. My name's Blades, and this is Space Engineers. Yes, we're back. We're back on episode 4 of Space Engineers Season 1. No mods, a complete vanilla playthrough, just exploring what we can build, do, and have fun with in Space Engineers. It's been rather good so far. We have started a base. We have laid down the foundations for something that I'm hoping will work. I think we'll see. And hello to you, my viewer. Thank you for joining us. Let's continue our game. Let's continue. What's next? And the thing with Space Engineers is you've got choices. You have choices, and more choices. Hello game, can I have me screen back, thank you. Well, that's silver there. I'm just wondering whether to collect that silver or not. Well, I think everything's happy. Let's have a look at the resources whilst we're here. So that's our assembler. Our large cargo container now has 250,000 ice in it. And we have a hydrogen tank which is 5.7% filled. That's going better than expected. We'll let that run, I think. I don't think that's going to finish anytime soon. So that can run for today's stream. And our battery's doing well. 1.33. 1.4. 1.4. Battery's less. Interesting. Okay. I've got a cup of coffee. We've got beginnings of a base. I'm trying to think where we can put our control seat. This could be interesting. Let's reset this camera. And it's nice and peaceful. I think that's the best way of putting it. It's nice and peaceful, and it's gorgeous scenery. We don't seem to be being bothered by anything. I'm quite happy to let this roll and see what we can build. For building, we need resources. So today I think we're going to focus on the resources. Not necessarily the building, although we do have to build a couple of things today, which will probably be important later. I think we're preparing. We're preparing for the biggie. There we go. Down we go. We landed a bit hard there. We might have to check for damage. That's fine. That's normal for me. So yeah, let's get our... got nickel. Oh, we've got iron. Might need some nickel actually. I didn't check. Should have done. What's on my inventory? Alright, that's okay. Alt, middle mouse, just click it all in there. I think we're off to the races again. Today's going to be one of those important days as we're going to get ready for the weekend. There's a couple of things I want to do today. But not a lot. So we're going to be freelancing it a little bit. Or what you might call pottering around. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way of putting it. Excuse me. We have just come across a mistake that I made yesterday. Oh dear. My meds aren't balanced. Could you just please bear with me? Oh dear. That was bad. Well, you've just found out what happens to me when my meds aren't balanced. Medical pit stop for me. There we go. This will help. Whoopsie daisy. My bad. Big apologies. This was not meant to happen. Alright, that will take 20 minutes to take effect. Painkillers administered. Oh dear. Well, that was a mistake, wasn't it? Oh dearie me. Please bear with me as I seem to be in a slight bit of pain right now. Where was it? What was it doing? Here we go. Here we go. I was going to do this part here, that's right. Right, we're back on it. We're back on the game. Sorry. Big apologies. Oh, let's get this mining done. Oh, I don't believe it. How can I make a mistake like that? That was just stupid of me. Okay, let's try and recover. So what are we going to build? I think that's the key. What are we going to build? I'd like to build up on the base first and then a ship. I know that if I build a ship, I'll never build a base. I know that I'll just hop in the ship and we'll disappear, go away. We'll come back, but I'll still not build a base. I don't think that's a good idea. So that's iron. Some stone there. Okay, how are we doing? Oh, we can take more. Okay. We'll take more then. Coffee. If I start sneezing again, we're in trouble. Let's hope we don't start sneezing then.
Inventory full.
And I've adjusted the graphics card. Hopefully we will get better resolution of well, the stream won't be affected too much. You probably won't even be able to tell. But I did check out the YouTube videos yesterday, and interestingly enough, there was pixelation on the YouTube videos, which I don't appreciate. There's no need for it. So I have altered my graphics settings and see if the recording will calm down. So today's a bit of a test as well.
Inventory full.
I didn't realise it was there until yesterday, but yeah, it's there. I do know about it, I've had it happen before. So quality of the YouTube videos hopefully is on the increase. 2000. We can go to 3. Didn't we put the extra engine on? Yes, we did. I'll just do a clean up then. Okay. That's looking alright. Lovely. I think we're started. I think we're going. I've got the sniffles now. Oh dear. I'd say it can't be helped, but it can. Alright, we're heading back there, aren't we? Bit heavy, but I think we'll be alright with that. Alrighty. Awesome sauce, we're back. Back into this glorious landscape. So what resources do we need? Magnesium, gold and silver are the resources we do need to collect. But for building the base currently, we just need iron. Iron is the major component. So I think that's what we'll do. The base actually isn't looking too bad. The problem comes when you want to fill in all the blocks more than anything else. Oh, stop. So my power readings on the right hand side go to 100%, which means the ship is struggling to carry this much. We have to be more careful. There we go. Don't go forwards whilst we are attempting to change altitude. I think that's a simple rule there. So we need to take a bit more easy on the poor little ship. It's not designed for doing massive amounts of carrying. It's only a simple little diddy thing. Bless it. And there it goes. Not a bit clumsy, but I think we'll be alright with that. Hundred. No, that landing wasn't too rough. Good. Right, that's fine then. Let's look at the planner. Planner looks good. Let's have a look and see what we have in here. In our basic well, our assembly, not basic anymore, is it? At 300. That should be okay. 24 metal grids, cobalt ingots, 24. Think we have the cobalt? We do, okay. We are very short on iron, which is what I would expect. Interestingly. So I think we continue getting iron at this stage. Like I said, today is going to be more about gaining the resources so we can build. It's always an awkward balancing act. We could open a mine for the iron, an automated one. I'm not sure whether that's worth it though. I don't believe it's going to be that difficult to manage our resources without doing that, as we don't really need that many. Not yet. We will in the future. So let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can also land it a little bit cleaner this time, shall we? There we go. It was a little bit cleaner. So yes, iron, the main constitution of our resources. And quite a lot of the game is about resource management, as I think we've already gathered.
Full.
Power management, resource management, and that allows you to build whatever you want. That's the beauty of it. Alright, it's looking okay.
Full.
And I've just made a mistake, and I know I have. I didn't check my cargo before I left. That was silly of me. So I'll have to check our cargo now. Yeah, the second container didn't empty. Whoopsie daisy. It's these kind of mistakes that I can't make on Saturday.
Full.
That's okay. I think we'll be able to sort it out. I know it's doing okay. It is doing okay. I was a bit worried I won't be able to get the full load.
Inventory full.
Oops. And try not to walk into walls. That's usually a good idea. Well, here we are. Walking into walls now. That'll do. "34 minutes, 19 minutes, okay. That's fine. Let's head back. I think we should have enough on board now to get everything done. The ice won't pull through, I've just realised, because we've got an ice mine going currently. So I think we better shift that separately. Lovely. There we go. Let's try and straighten the ship up. It looks straight, but it isn't. Okay. There we go, smooth. That was a lot better. Right, let's look at this inventory this time. That ice is piling up nicely. That was a bit better. Yeah, that looks okay. Lovely, let's do this. Where's a good place? Ah, here. So if I remember rightly, we were building extra storage for all of this ice that we are pulling in. So I think it might be a good idea to start this now. There we go. That's the connectors done. Let's get the container up and running. There we go, hold on. So, a control seat. I think that might be a good idea. How's about here? Yeah. I'll expand just a little bit, not a lot. I've got 58, that'll do it. That'll do. There. Right. Oh, we have one, number 4. I think I'd like it to face the direction of the mine that we've been using. I don't know why, I just think that'd be nice. There we go. Check our planner. Planner is empty. Right click and off we go. And how good our mine is doing down there. Should be doing okay. It won't even be half done yet. Won't even be half done. So now I would like some building blocks. But first of all, the control seat itself has all of these lovely little things on. Large left. Yeah. top left screen. Pop the weather on. And it says we've got a thunderstorm. Lovely. And we all know we love thunderstorms. That's interesting. We do need to protect ourselves from thunderstorms. So it's not on us yet. It is incoming, I think. There it is. Yeah, it's definitely here. It's quite a way off. There it is. That is quite a distance off. Okay. Do some mining here then. Hopefully we won't get ourselves electrocuted, as it were. So, building a base. What are we going to do about that? As I wait for the thunder to roll by. Well, I think we need to be able to use the base whilst the thunderstorm's happening. That's probably going to be one of our main goals today. Because at the moment we can't. It's a bit open plan, shall we say. Maybe we need a roof. At least a roof. So instead of building the whole base, what we're going to do is we're going to choose a section of the base and just do that. Initially. At least give ourselves a little bit of wiggle room, as it were. And hopefully we won't die, because our spawn point is still 30 kilometers away. And getting back here would have its own problems. It's never a good thing to be respawned 30 kilometers away from where you're working. This also brings up the idea of, should we create a medical station? The answer is yes, we should. I think that would be a very, very good idea. Where should we put the medical station? Probably near the control seat that we just made. That would be a nice idea. Does it need to be hooked up to anything? No, not really. You should really hook it up to the hydrogen and oxygen generation. The O2 and H2 generator. We could do that. Might not be a bad thing. But we require silver to build it. So I think we need to go and find some silver. So there are different types of medical centre. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's the rain. It's coming this way. So, medical. medical station, corner medical room. And just medical room. I think we're going to go with just medical room. Isn't that the one with the bottom connector? Connector that goes on the bottom. Let's pop it in 9 and find out. Yes, it is. That would sit very nicely on top of our O2 generator. Interesting. Okay, I'm willing to go with that, but which direction? Which way round? So we need medical computers 15. And that's a little bit of silver, isn't it? Not a lot, but a little bit. Can't get silver from anywhere else, I would have to mine it. Okay, I think we'll go with that then. That sounds viable. Walls and a roof would, I think, help. Looks like we're going silver hunting. We built the base over silver and gold. That was done on purpose a little bit. Both of those materials are the rares that we find on this planet, which is the Earth-like planet. And these rares are for, well, definitely the mid-game. Possibly even the end game. I would say the end game as well. And it's going to be a while before our ice mine turns into a gold mine. So I think we're going to have to manually figure this out. Once the rainstorm, thunderstorm has passed. This is the second one we've had, isn't it? So it looks like its frequency has increased. Or we just got lucky. It looks like I'm going to be putting the kettle on, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Let's put the kettle on. So, even though we've only just got started, we're going to put the kettle on. Not really much else we should do at this stage if we want to stay alive. So that's what we're going to do. Go put the kettle on. go. Kettle's on. And the rain is passing by. The thunderstorm rolls by. They move. Just like a natural weather system, which is a pretty cute effect. Well done, programmers. Quite appreciated. I just don't really want to die to it, you know? Also gives me a little chance to settle my body down, which is probably a good thing. Big apologies for that. I really wasn't planned. Oh well. The best laid plans of mice and men. It's starting to sound a bit better out there. Yeah, we've still got the fogginess. Okay. It's still here. I mean, should you worry about weather effects in this game? You don't have to. It's your choice. Maybe you would have built your base differently and put the medical centre in quicker and then just ignore the weather effects. Knowing that if you do get struck down by lightning, you can respawn. I think I'm getting into the habit of wanting to live though. I don't know why. I'm gonna go make that coffee and think about it. Interesting. That's better. Not as much fog around. It's decreasing. Well, that's nice. Looks like the weather's clearing. These additional breaks that are added to the game due to weather effects are a good thing, as they do, if you wish to play the game in this style, do give you a break point at which you can chill out and think about things. My advice is take that time out. Definitely take that time out. Still on thunderstorm. I'm not safe yet. Give it another minute. So, yes, take these moments to gather your thoughts, decide and plan out what you want to do next. Remember, there's no rush. This is not a race. It's not a race against time. You're not racing against anybody else. If you are playing on an open server with other players, it may be advantageous so you can check around. Because you have to remember, other players might not be friendly. Okay, that lighting is correct. Oh wow, it's sunrise. In the mountains. Oh, it's still showing. I'm going to stand below something. Okay. It's an interesting... It's not a fear I have of the weather, but I have a lot of respect for it. I've seen what it does. It doesn't look as though we got hit. But I do think we should check on the mine. Because I can't see it from here. Maybe we should put a camera on it. Wow, 3/4 done. That's a big hole we've made. Starting to look impressive. Okay, let's check out iron. It's a large cargo container. Our small cargo container is now filled up with ice. We'll leave it that way. Our mine drills are still going mental. How's our nickel doing? It's still low. That's going to mess that iron up. Okay. That's okay. We can fix that. Silver. We do have silver 70 feet in this direction-ish. It's here. Can we see it? It doesn't look as though we can. Now I can see it. So where exactly are you? Directly down. Okay, for that we will need an extra bottle. I think is a good idea. Let's get ourselves some silver. There. Right there. Does mean making a hole in the floor, but a hole we shall make. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't drill straight down. The reason being is you require hydrogen to get out of it. There it is. Okay. Somewhere in this direction we can find silver. Whoop. That's silver. Okay, it's in the floor. Let's see if we can get some. The problem with thunderstorms. And this is one of the solutions. So as the rarity increases, your yield from the material decreases. That's not looking bad. AG. Silver ore 1.69. It's rather good. I think that should do us. So how do we get out? We use our jetpack, unfortunately. Also gives us the depth of the ice. That's interesting. Hadn't thought of that. Okay, we now have a big hole in the floor. Great. So let's mark it. Slash GPS Earth. And that's going to be a silver mine. Couple of plinks for that one. There we go. That's all it takes. Now what we need to do is organise ourselves at one of these. That's an ore detector. I don't want an ore detector. I would like a medical room. Interior plate. Okay, I think we can manage that. does this look? Let's swing it around so that we can at least have some kind of semblance of order to this. If we place it that way, it blocks that passageway. No, that doesn't look good. I think that way. We'll plop it there. I think we'll take that. Check build planner. Yeah, that's fine. Production looks okay. That's a lot of that. Another 60 of these cobalt again. So it's 100 silver. How much have we got? $61, and it's still going. Yeah, we'll have enough. That's fine. Right, so that's on the way. Does it cause access problems? A little. Okay, if we're going to have access problems, we'll just put you in there to help with that. Definitely you in here, so we can get around the side. Like that. Just a few extras. It's an access point. Okay. I think that's alright. It's going to be the metal grids and stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, we'll leave that to build. Right, what are we going to do about all of this lot down here? We'll need to put a roof up. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to be placing a roof up along this side and across the top. That's possibly the best place to start. We can start at the other end and work it all the way down. Okay. It'll be our starter for 10, I guess. Now for the roofing, I want to use half blocks, not full blocks. We don't have half blocks up and running. Alright. So half blocks. Alright, I'll take that one. That's probably a good idea. Okay, I'm just placing the components into this. A couple of medical components. 5 medical components to go. Okay. Give it a chance. And sunrise on a brand new day. Coming up over that mountain over there. Wow. Stop to enjoy the sunrise, huh? In the mountain peaks of the polar region. It's just coming up there now. I think that's wonderful. Okay. There we go. This will now become our medical station, our respawn point. If we accidentally pop our clogs, we respawn here. So just use it once, and that sets it now as our respawn point. Lovely. So we have that done. And now we just have the problems with walls, don't we? So let's start fixing that side of things. Okay, where's our lovely, lovely, lovely half block? There it is, number 6. And we'll start from here, I think. I prefer to use half blocks, mainly because that's going to be an interesting corner. It saves a lot of materials. An awful lot of materials. Is it worth doing? Yes. I think it is. That's going to be an interesting gap. So we have the beginnings of a wall. Right, we've got nothing in this area. I think we can get away with just putting a straight roof here. It would be downwards, wouldn't it? Page up. Don't know how this is going to look. We'll have an overhang. Okay. So this isn't going to go exactly to plan, but that's fine. Right now, any roof will do. And how it's going to work out, or whether I need to change the block type. As far as we can go with that. Let's weld that up. Let's start giving this some physical substance. Now, if lightning strikes one of these blocks, the block will disintegrate. I know that, for definite, for certain. It's not going to protect me, or at least not for very long. It will absorb some of the damage. So there is that. Okay. And we're out of steel plate already. Looks like a pipe in the corner. I think I like that effect. Every time I do this, I find different new ideas come through. I like that idea. Alright, so yeah, we'll continue. We use up our materials. Bit of future proofing maybe, I don't know. Awesome Sources is working. There we go, that's about as far as we can go. And this is the kind of structure that we get. Not impressive, is it? Definitely not impressive. $7,009. But it's a roof. It's at least something. Alright, you can make more of that then. And we will have to, unfortunately, get more iron. As you can see at this point, resource usage is quite heavy. As soon as you start building a large grid, your resources matter. Does that cause a problem? I'm not sure. Depends on how fast you want to build, how quickly you want to get into space, I guess. But we're going to deal with that next. So let's deal with it. So if you remember at the start we were on stone for quite a while. Now we are definitely on iron, 100%. And we're going to need an awful lot of it. About 50,000 iron, probably.
Inventory full.
Plus any extras we get of anything else. Here we go. This is like I said, today is probably going to be resources mainly. Because what we're going to attempt to build is a spaceship. And that's pretty damn resource intensive. I haven't decided to build a full spaceship, and this may be an interesting idea. It could also be silly of me. What I'm thinking of doing is building a platform that can get me into orbit.
Inventory full.
And see where that takes us. Rather than doing a full spaceship, although I would like to do a full spaceship whilst here on the planet. I think that would be nice. But how it's an efficiency thing, isn't it? I don't like that. I don't think we should be efficient.
Inventory full.
I know what the least is to get us into space,
Inventory full.
and it would be a small grid ship with hydrogen engines. I don't want to do that though. It's something I actually don't want to do. I'm a bit careful of this weight business that we've got going on here. Our basic ship isn't that functional. And it looks as though we have a fog coming through. Interesting. Snowstorm. Yeah, that's a snowstorm. Flying in a snowstorm. Heavily laden. Bit risky, don't you think? Okay. Looks like that's what we're doing. I can't see anything. Stay first person. This is something that I would not advise anybody to do. If there's a snowstorm, you're probably grounded from aerial flight. You're probably better using a ground vehicle. Visibility can drop to 0 quite quickly. But I find it interesting. We've got 100 meters in height, it's gaining, right, we're going over that part. Now I do know there's a hill on my right, a big sticky up thing, so we'll go around that I think. And we'll try and keep our speed down. Still can't see the base. I know it's there, just can't see it. Barely, right. Let's drop altitude to 10 meters. Okay. Come on, you're here somewhere. You're 80 meters in front of me. There you are. Alrighty, I think we made it back to base. Not the most sensible thing to do. But we are back. Lovely. Let's check our cargo. Yep, the ice stayed and that stone stayed. Okay. Look at how much ice we've got. It's amazing. That's fine. Okay. We'll go on production. Another 1,000 ready. And we are now half full on our first large cargo container. I knew this was going to happen. And that's done its first revolution, and we have 600 excess. Do we give that chance to clear, or do we just pile on and get more? I think we pile on and just get more. So, mine piston 1. You should be at 2.5 to 5. Maximum distance 5, goes to 7.5 next. And this can start its second revolution. It does take a while to go do the full circle, but as you can see, we can't go any faster due to the fact that we have excess build-up of ice. I think I prefer excess ice than anything else. I'll be honest. That looks like a good depth. We're going to need a second piston. At least. Normally I wouldn't, because I'd be after the ice only, but I know there's gold beneath there. So instead of just making a shallow hole, we're going to make a deep one. This snowstorm is awful. absolutely awful. Unknown signal 2 kilometers away. Okay, next stage of the plan. Need to start planning out for a build. Oh wow. Let's go take a look. Be careful of the trees. And the floor. There you are. A carpet helmet. Okay. I think we'll take the resources. Do we have excess silver? We may have. That could be interesting. We're also running low on cobalt, which is, dodgy. Looks right. Okay. So, what I was thinking was a basic build. Our resources are not correct. .67. You work. Yes, an upgrade. Sylve gives you the next upgrade to your equipment. So we may as well take advantage of that. We can disassemble, can't we? Yeah, that's good. And we can now go to our tools, and we can pop these in. I think that'll help out a lot. Right, so we have the tools. Excellent. Snowstorm's nearly over. Where are we going to build? If I remember rightly, I think I decided out there. Right, let's start prepping that. Let's see if we can start prepping it. So what we would need is probably a platform of some kind. I think we'll take it all the way across. We'll go excessive, a little touch. I can't see why not. We probably need an access here as well. We'll put an access here. It's not clicking on. There we go. I like that. We can place an access here. And an access on this side as well, please. Thank you. You might think I'm being a little bit excessive with this part. I probably am. There we go. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a build platform for a large scale ship, as it were. Okay, that's looking alright. A great height to fall from. Yes, that's wonderful. So I'm just going to keep it simple. How far up are we? That's the important part. We are 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I would like one more block. 5. Okay, one more block then. See? Wow, that's a good view. The base. It's also now an obstacle for when we return with ore to avoid. Okay, fair enough. And we're going to be building across that way, aren't we? No, we don't need to. Okay. That might not be a good idea. So, how will this work? So what we're doing is we're thinking about starting the build for a spaceship. And I mean a fully blown, fully fledged spaceship. Something we can go up to space, even the moon. Possibly even land on the moon. If it can take off from here, it should be able to land on the moon. Now that's interesting. There's no rules. There's no rules that governs what we build. I would like to pipe a connector on the front. So the first block we start with is going to be a conveyor. That's going to be our first block. I bet I can't put it in from here, can I? No, I can't lock it from here. Okay, we are going to have to use hydrogen to do this, which is fine, we've got lots of it. So we're going to have a conveyor. And we'll have 2 blocks either side of the conveyor. And that is the beginning of a spaceship. All right. Building in the wrong colour. Doesn't matter. We can change that later. Alrighty. Let's do this. Let's get it started at least. I mean, this is my objective for today, was to start this, not necessarily finish it, but start it at least. It's going to take quite a bit of thought to complete. And the most important part is this conveyor system. How is it going to work? So this would be the front of a spaceship. That's the first thing you got to imagine. Next is how big? 3 wide or 5 wide? I'm thinking 5 wide. Will that be too big? Possibly. I can't be certain at this stage. I know this connector can't come straight forwards, it has to go to the left and right. So 5. We're just going to use conveyors, I think, to map this out. So to do that, we'll need some of them. I'm going to take 2 hydrogen bottles so I don't fall out of the air. I think that's probably a good idea. falling is dangerous in this game. So if we pull this back by one and then take it to either side, it's not convenient to use conveyors like this, but for mapping things out, I think that's okay. We would need to take it all the way to the edge here. Don't think we would have a choice there. Alright, we'll do that then. Now these conveyors need to go backwards. Where's the middle of this? That's going to be the trick. So the middle will be 1, 2, 3. That's the middle, isn't it? Maybe. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we can build a side. 4. Don't want anything special. Certainly don't want anything special, I just want something simple. Like that. Now that widens the concept. By quite a lot. Now that's interesting. That widens it to there. 1, 2, 3. Do we do 3? 3's good. Give me an idea of the size on this. I think 3 is probably better. Okay, let's pull this back then. Delete. Yeah. Okay, that pulls it back. Then we are on 5 across, aren't we? Which means that these two connect back up here somewhere. That's where the conveyor goes. Okay. There's only one conveyor at each end. Is that correct? Yes, it is. The conveyors can go straight down either side, can't they? They don't have to go through the centre, although we can join them up. Yes, we need to join them up. We need to join them up, definitely, I think. So let's get back to our conveyors. They would come in 2 to give me room. Out and join. Massive reasons to do it this way. And join. Alright, that is basically one side done. Okay. Let's empty. 40% of a bottle just to plan out that part. Okay. So if we take 8 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we can start building them. The conveyor system is the crucial point. If we get that right, we can place everything else in. I didn't place in any containers. I've done that on purpose. 2 of these conveyors have to be replaced by containers. So we have storage. How much storage will we need? Initially, not a lot. In future, a lot. Initially, not a lot. We need to be able to carry ice. Ice is fuel. Ice produces hydrogen. We now know the size of the ship. It's not that big, is it? I think 5 across will do it though. And this is possibly the hardest part, I think, of Space Engineers, is realizing your thoughts. Placing some kind of order into what you want to do. Let's see what we want to do. If we can start placing these in, that would be wonderful. Let's see if we can. Building spaceships, huh? It's not rocket science. Well, it is. Now, I've got no idea what this is going to end up looking like. At all. What I want to try and build is a very simplistic launch platform. Which could be interesting, to say the least. It could very well fail. You see, now we need to work out how much thrust does this platform require to get to orbit. That's going to be interesting. Build planner is empty. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I am building this in a certain way. Because I need to know obviously where the parts of the ship go. its total size, and more importantly, its total weight. The less weight we have, the less engines we require to get it into orbit. And that's the key. And that's a pretty sizable platform. It's definitely got enough space for all the components that we require. Do we test it out with atmospherics first? I'm not sure. Should do. The worst... no, it will have more carrying capacity. Interesting. It will have more carrying capacity than our small little basic do-free ship there, which it is now putting in shadow. As the fog rolls in, the power goes down. Lovely. I believe our batteries will hold out, so we'll let that happen. We're running on battery power now. It's weird. It's weird doing it this way. The design that I intend to use is just a platform. How it's going to work, if it's going to work, that really is a good question. Definitely has space. Okay. How do you build a ship? Well, the conveyors will connect all the parts that we need to be connected. Hydrogen has to be connected to all of the engines. So that's why I'm putting the conveyor system in first.
Energy low.
Okay, energy low. We still can't get around here properly. Okay. Hadn't thought about that, had I? Looks basically right. This will undergo a lot of modification though. A lot of modification indeed. Now the design incorporates future-proofing. Which in itself could prove interesting. I'm not sure how that's going to work either. Let's Start filling in some of these bits and pieces and see how far we can go with this. If I can get the basic platform created today, I think within our next stream we should be able to actually build the ship. Half of these blocks will be removed. That I do know. It's coming together already. I like this. So now we can see that there is a platform actually coming together. That's good news. And we should have a full conveyor ship running right through the middle of it. Conveyor system. I think I know where the cargo containers go now. Interesting. So, if you've never built a spaceship before in Space Engineers, we're going to be using hydrogen thrusters, 100% definite. And we need enough thrust, or thrusters, should I say, to get us out of the atmosphere, out of the planet's gravity. It's not as hard as you think. Funnily enough. You don't need to do any calculations or anything like that. That's not the idea. Okay. So I'm guessing at this point we can start filling it in. Okay, where is our center point? Our center point is there. There. That's interesting. Let's fill in the center. That's going to come back. There's that center point. Let's see what happens if we try and complete this. It's 1, 2, 3. Page up. 1, 2, and 3. Should give us 3 on this side. It does. That means we got it right. Okay. Let's see if we can weld this up. Probably don't have enough steel for this. 228. We're going to need a lot more steel, aren't we? And yes, I've left a hole in the middle. That's done on purpose. Problem is, I don't think it's a big enough hole. This is large grid, it should be. Alright. We can try. Otherwise, we have to modify. I think that's obvious. Modify the idea. So this is what I call laying out the foundation, phase 1 of building. Will it work? Probably not. I find that the first time I try building something, it usually doesn't work. And that's part of the game. Not necessarily being successful, but learning from what you do. And I've left the hole as a marker for myself. So we can place... Alright, let's basically have a look at what we've got. That's our platform. It's wider than it is long, interesting. Of course, because we only did 3 on the side and 5 across. Okay. So it's going to have a definitive look. We can place our cargo containers on either side of this hole. They have to be small, do they? Hey, it's Dicey Gaming and Shadman. Morning. You like your flying saucer ships? I'm experimenting with the flying saucer idea. Mainly because I'm now in vanilla. The first time I had this idea was whilst we were doing the hardcore testing. And I'm thinking, was I right? Am I right with this this design approach? And the funny thing is, I actually don't know. Standard container. Is there a right way and a wrong way? No, there isn't. There is just whatever you choose. I just mean, am I right in thinking this is an efficient way of building a ship, or... No, it isn't. So that's wrong. That's a wrong assumption to make. It's weird. It's a weird thing. I can make a very, very easy orbital shuttle. We can go to orbit very, very quickly just using a shuttle, which I can make in, what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't want to do that this time.
Energy low.
15,000, that gives 30,000 total. Okay. And we should be out of iron, correct. It's hard to explain. I think doing a small grid is easier. Personally. Going large grid, I have created a different set of problems to solve, and I've never solved them. I've never really attempted to solve them. And I think on this vanilla playthrough I would like to. Maybe that's part of my goals for this playthrough, is to solve the problems that I missed out on the first time I played, because now I'm using hindsight, different types of knowledge. I have more experience with the game and what it can do. I think if this was my first playthrough, I would definitely stick to small grid at this stage. It's a choice you make. Hard to explain, really, because Space Engineers is so vast. You can do literally anything you want, but at the same time, can you?
Full.
There are boundaries. I want to explore those boundaries. See where it takes me.
Inventory full.
Oh wow, this drill's a lot better. I'm glad I upgraded. Makes things an awful lot faster.
Inventory full.
So mining by hand has just become very easy. Which is interesting when you think about it, considering the game's not about mining by hand.
Inventory
It's
full.
about producing machines to do it for you, really, I guess. So we have iron. We can collect quite a lot of iron now. Is 30,000 cargo enough? Probably not. Will we be able to add more cargo? We won't be able to carry anymore. Cargo equals weight, weight equals more engines. Awkward.
Inventory full.
I'm not even sure it's going to be a flying saucer. It might look initially like that, but I don't think it is. It's going to be something slightly different. I think the initial platform may look that way to start off with. But that's not what I'm trying to make. Hope that makes sense. Five, yeah, that's enough. I think, the question you just asked is why I want to play Space Engineers. Is there a right way and a wrong way to do things? No, there isn't. So even if I build this completely and utterly into a total disaster, I'll learn something. That to me is more important than succeeding in what I'm doing. %, just to slow down. Wow. Yeah, it does look a bit like a flying saucer, doesn't it? You're right. That's irony. It really is irony, because it's not meant to. Okay, let's see if we can straighten this ship up. Oh no, that's the wrong button. Can we not do that? Please. It's Alt I want, isn't it? Yeah. Hitting the wrong buttons is also a bad idea. I think we might need to repair our ship. 100, 100. It survived that. This is a hardier ship than I thought. Okay. Interesting. Alright, everything's outside of the ship. That's good news. Oh, we can refill our bottles, can't we? 51, huh? No, we can't. Let's not try it from here then. Let's try it from over here. Do I need a direct link? Yes, I do. Okay, noted. How are we looking? Cargo containers. Right, 2 cargo containers will give us about 30,000 litres of cargo. I know that is more than enough to take enough equipment to start an assembler, a refinery, and a battery. Power will have to be solar because there's no wind in space. So we just need solar and a battery. And an assembler. Maybe we should build a medical kit on here. We have access to silver now. That would act as an assembler. Initially. This gives us then a time limit of how much ice we can take with us. That time limit will be how much ice we use and how fast. And whether we need to return here. Or can we just do everything in one trip? Lots of questions, no answers. Interesting. Okay. How do we complete the build? Okay. Now, I'm not going to calculate anything, I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to use my instincts and experience within the game to try this out. I think it's going to work. I think. It will require weapons. We don't have access to we don't have access to the magnesium at this point in time. We haven't found it. So we need to find magnesium as well. If this build works, that's going to be amazing. We haven't placed the batteries. Can't place the batteries till later. That's going to make it more interesting. I usually place the batteries in the floor. It's not necessarily going to happen this time. And we are running out of resources rapidly. Okay. Let's see how far we can get on the basics first of all. So yeah, that only gives us 15,600, so we'll have 31,300. No, 31,250. I think that's enough. I think. We can check. If we look at cargo here, $15,625 is 42k, so that'll give us a maximum of 84k. We should only need 50. We'll need hydrogen engine, a hydrogen tank. Yes, we will. How big a hydrogen tank? We can start small, grow bigger. Yeah, we can. There's a possibility. So we have to bridge the gap. The gap between these two containers. This is already bridged with these conveyors. We need a secondary. It's bridged on that side, it's bridged on the front side. That's going to be the back. We can bridge with that. I would like full blocks, not partial. So that. Okay, I think we can do that. Steel plate. Did not pick up. I didn't pick up steel. My bad. I thought I had some on me. So we pop you on there, and we pop you here. like that. We can then put T-junctions across, like... not like that. Delete, like that. Oh. Whoops. Like that. So that gives us 1, 2, 3 T-junctions. So that's 3 engines. So we can have 3 engines. Should take 4 engines. We need backwards and forwards, left, right, up and down. We could skip one. I'm gonna have to think this through. How big are these engines? I think that's the question, isn't it, really? How big are the engines? That big, huh? I think we can now start seeing where this is going. Do we place them on the outside, or do we place them on the inside? That's the design choice. There's your downwards thrust. That gets us going upwards, theoretically. How much room do we need to walk around in? Whoops. That hurt. We have to place these on the outside. We'd be looking there and there. There would be more efficient. Let's think about that. As long as we don't block the sides. We could take them all off this top section. Now that I hadn't thought of. Whoa. Oh boy. Yes. I think the idea has come. to fruition. Maneuverability. How much do we need? Some? None? I don't think we do. That's one of the beauties when you're doing things like space travel. Sorters, no. I think we go back to conveyors. Yep, I do believe we use conveyors. I'm trying to find how we can supply engines with hydrogen in the easiest way. Thinking that we need up to 3 engines in any one direction, the 6 directions, to possibly maneuver this ship. And that's what's making this interesting to me. Nine, 10, 11. I think we use 2s. 2s and 1s. Yeah, I'm going to go with 2s and 1s. The less engines I can use, the more the hydrogen will last. If we go with 2s and 1s, it's going to be enough thrust. That's going to be the big question, isn't it? So in the game, hydrogen thrusters give the maximum thrust. Large hydrogen thrusters give the largest thrust of the game. You need less of them. We're not going to be using the very large ones. We're going to be using just large grid normal thrust. Interesting. I can place all of the thrusters that we need on this setup. From a central location. That is probably bad design. If we come under attack, it means that our engines can be knocked out from one central location. Interesting. And that's rain. I think we should check the weather at this point. Yeah, that's rain. So this is literally going to be a central hub. That frees up the floor space. Maybe I have made this too big. I think for the final design, probably not. Where can I put stairs? Going down. I can place them in here. That's dangerous because we're going to have thrusters here. We can place them here. That would be a good location. I think this is going to work. Weird. Alright, let's look at this thruster design. See if we actually have any faith in it. So we'd have 1, 2, 3. One. One. Yes, 1. 1. 1. 1. We've got 3 that direction. I think we only take the 2. Now, usually on a small grid, I would only use 2 in each direction. With this being large grid, I've got 3 going down, so we can do the takeoff and landing. I think that works. That will be our engine room. If we walk around, we are not going to get fried. We can't stand in front of a thruster that's on. So we won't be standing in front of any thrusters if we are walking around on this deck. We will have thrusters in all 6 directions, but only 1 left and right. So our sideways movement will be limited. We have extra thrust in the downwards position for beating gravity. Upwards direction doesn't matter, we're not going to be flying upside down in gravity. I'm going to go with that. Batteries, gyros, control C. Hydrogen tanks is the only last thing we need. Okay, let me place in some more building blocks, I think, to give me a better idea of the space that we have to work with. Again, this is just to guide me. May not be the final design. This is turning out to be a little bit more interesting than I thought. I wasn't expecting this. At all. That's a 3x3. That's a turret. Okay. We can arm the ship. That's good news. We can also bring that down. How would that look at this point in time? That would come down again. It's beginning to take shape. I think I'll go with that. We're going to need a lot more iron. Roof's a bit high. Not sure I like that. We can shave the roof down. Again, this is not the final placement of blocks. This is just me getting an idea of how much space I've got to work with. That is very high, but it gives us this extra block over the conveyors. Is that good or bad? Should we remove these and put these to half blocks? Covers the engines. Okay. I don't think covering the engines is a bad thing. Can't place a block here. Right, so engines need 2, so that's 1, 2. We can place a block above, so we'll do that. That gives us an exhaust. Let's try this angle. That's another one of those. It's too high. It's going to be more of a ball, a bubble, ball type idea. Not as flat as I first expected. We can put half blocks on top. No, we can't, because we can't armour them if we do that. And they will need to be armoured. So the shape of this thing is a little strange. A little strange indeedy. It's going to be an interesting shape. And it certainly won't look good to start off with. Can I pressurize the cabin? Well, the answer's yes. Right, here's my thoughts. Rather than using sloping blocks at the bottom, why not build up one more block and then put the sloping blocks on? Let's have a look at it and find out. I don't think it actually matters. It looks more like a pyramid. Okay. Again, we can't put anything in front of that. That's an exhaust point. Now the same is going to be true at the front. Interesting. Okay. I'm only going to place minimal blocks here. That's going to be awkward. So let's not do it. No, it's definitely got a profile. I think we'll go with that profile. And see where it leads us. So, I don't... Well... Is it going to look like a flying saucer? Maybe. Just maybe. This is starting to become an interesting design. I'm not sure. I mean, access is good. use symmetry. We'll do the other side. Don't have to use symmetry. But it could be interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's the words I'm going to use. Could be rubbish. Unique, maybe. The reason I'm playing around with this design is the ease of access that you get to welding it up and everything. It's definitely got a profile. 100%. Can't do it that way. Alright. I'm going to have to think about that access. But that gives us mountains of engine room. This is the point. If we don't have enough thrust to take off with 3 engines, what options do we have? An awful lot. Each one of these points here that are in yellow are conveyors, which means we can place engines facing downwards from every single one of those points if we require it. We haven't used all the conveyors on the top side. That's rain again. Check it. Yeah, just rain. The engines are quite well hidden. Intriguing. We'd have to build up the front part next. I think the hydrogen goes to the back. I'm going to go with that just out of convenience rather than whether it's correct or not. Our resources are looking trash, aren't they?
Energy low.
Yes, it is. Nothing's working, why not? Ah, we're full. That's why not. Okay, we have 1,140,000 of ice. Lovely. That's going to pull it back, right, okay. We seem to have too much ice. .9%. We've got a lot of hydrogen. Well, that's not a bad thing. I think it's time to put the kettle on. We have a spaceship in the making. I think I want to put the kettle on at this point. Some thought is going to have to go into this because we are running out of cargo space. This means that we have a couple of options. We can slow down our build, which I don't think would help too much. We can allow our cargo to empty over time because the ice will generate the hydrogen and fill the hydrogen tank. It's only at 39%, 40%. We already have enough ice to fill it. Okay. We would like spare ice. So I don't want to build another hydrogen tank. That's for certain. What we'll do then is do what my goal was for today. I wasn't expecting to build that, for instance. Our little pyramid structure here. Wasn't expecting that to... Oh! My medication is still off. Oh dear, I'll go make that coffee and see if I can get myself settled. Well, that's embarrassing. Yeah. This was not meant to happen today. Unfortunately, I'm not very well. Oh dear. Ow. Right. Continue. Interesting. We need to try and gauge how much ice we're going to get. It should be 1,200, 1,200,000. Is that the case? Yes, it is. Well done. We can't continue the mine as such. That would be foolish. That's okay. What we got on us? Plate. Okay. Coffee will help. You gonna live, mate? Yeah, well, for a little while longer. Well, thank you for your consent, Dicey. Oh dear. It's just not easy. I'll admit it. It's not easy. It's why I wanted to do, well, non-stress. Where did you go? We've got connectors with ice in. Yes, we have. You see what's happened here? Our ship that we're using to gain resources has its connector now. We're flooding, basically. Which is a little concerning. We'll have to keep an eye on these connectors. That's not good. Okay. As the base is now flooding out with ice, that problem will go away. It'll take about 2 to 4 hours. Real time. Which means we should be going after resources, as we're out of iron. Won't add to the problem, luckily. I didn't look at the battery. 4 dots, okay. Reset. What's the weather? Rain. Okay. Ah dear. I don't know. Some people would call it man flu, but it's not. Wish it was. Let's go flying through the rain. I think we need to go up a bit. We'll be here to make it easy. Thank you, Shadman. Oh dear. It's a side effect of my medication. When my body system goes out of balance, I start sneezing. That's the first sign. After that, it just gets worse. Just means me for a rough night. That's all. Quite used to it. Nothing to worry about. I mean, I've lived with it all my life, so quite used to it. Especially the sneezes, although they do hurt. Whoopsie daisy. We hit base. Okay. So we don't just need iron now, we do need magnesium. Unfortunately. Gold, not so bothered about. Although that does give us jump drives. We're not at the stage where jump drives are a necessity. Because that puts you into the end game. I don't think we're ready for the end game. By a long shot. I think we'll stay in the mid game. Ironically, we're picking up ice here. Which is okay. Not a lot. You always sneeze when you go into bright light. Yes, that's what triggers it. It is light. So you might have noticed I started sneezing when things happened on screen. I think it's common. I don't think it's particular to me. But many things can trigger it.
Inventory full.
But it's usually a sign of an imbalance in your system, your body. It's not functioning at 100%. Which is fine. I don't mind that. Adds to the fun of the day. I've got a weird sense of fun, haven't I? Oh well, maybe. It's going to be interesting. I've got to get myself balanced by Saturday, obviously, because we're doing hardcore. That's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it, I really am.
Inventory full.
It's going to make things interesting. Oh boy. I left the engines on. Don't leave the engines on. Causes problems. There we go. How much you got? 4. You have all the same as your hardcore apart from the food and water. Excellent. Try it out. The food and water does make the start very difficult. Not necessarily restricts you during play, but I wouldn't advise doing more than 4 hours in hardcore at a time. It can be stressful. And the drop pods. Oh, yes, the drop pods. Yeah, about that. 2, 5, That's enough. You might add the drop pods for fun. It adds a new dimension. That's the best way I can put it. The dynamics of play do become harder. The solutions aren't too hard, but the dynamics become harder. I like that idea. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's just adding different dynamics to the gameplay within Space Engineers. The idea of only having zero respawns is to stop me playing it end to end, dying over and over again and getting frustrated. Now you have a base but not found mag, so might not be a good idea. Yeah, it's awkward. Very awkward because you do need magnesium as a priority. Whereas you can see in this playthrough, I've ignored it because it's not a priority in vanilla. It is needed in vanilla, but it's not a starting priority. I mean, it only becomes a priority when you go to space, because that's where you're going to come across your first combat. But at the beginning of vanilla, you don't get the harassment that you do on the hardcore modified version. So it changes the whole dynamics of the game, and that's why I wanted to do it. I think it's an important thing that people can experience that. Have to be careful coming through here now, as we seem to have a spaceship in the making. I seem to have made my own obstacle course. Oh dear. Not usually a good thing. I think we'll survive. This one. There we go. Lovely. Lots of iron coming in. That's working. What we've got in production? Nothing. Okay. That's good. The only thing I'm now concerned about is this battery power. Oh, it's worked. But it is on depletion because we're overdoing it. Okay. Power is up on the day. this is good news. I think the hardest thing in hardcore is to get the initial base up and running. Magnesium can be a problem. Speaking of which, should we try and find some? Where will I find magnesium? I'm searching my memory. And hopefully my memory will say, hey, it's over there. Two locations. Possible locations. Okay. Just letting the batteries recharge on the ship a little. For some reason it is using batteries quite heavily, this version. Will 3 be enough? Yeah, that'll be enough. Now, what I do know is there was magnesium around here. Was. In this playthrough, probably not. And it would be roughly around here. I can see the freckles. Can we see the magnesium? I'm getting ice. Yeah, I know what's happening. We are within 4.5 kilometers of an NPC base. My belief is 2.5 kilometers to 5 kilometers from an NPC base, or does not spawn. So I don't think the magnesium's there. Could say that's unfortunate. So if you do have NPC bases turned on, they are placed randomly, and it affects the spawn of ores. Bear that in mind. Now my little nose is leaking, of course it is. Right, what do we got here? We've got a hill. I need to be quite low for this. So let's go down to about 100. Iron. Iron. Nice to have iron boulders knocking around. We've got a problem. Haven't found any magnesium, have I? No. Okay. That's awkward. We have nickel, iron, What about freckles? Any freckles? We've got that iron. No other freckles. Not good. Do a quick sweep of this area. Ah, freckles. Iron. Not keen on this. Cobalt. Possible magnesium. Doesn't look as though we're going to get lucky on this one. No. Green Daz Gaming, welcome and thank you for the raid. I'm currently struggling to find a magnesium. Things are doing good. Things are doing good. We're doing currently, today, we're doing a vanilla playthrough. Saturday we're going hardcore. This is more practice than it is anything else. Oh, look what we've just found. Oh boy. We found the magnesium. Just done it again. Turn the antenna on, I think. Yeah, we just found the magnesium. Literally. Right now. So, story of this is basically I'm getting some practice in at Space Engineers and enjoying every moment of it. We're trying to construct a spaceship at the moment. One of the things that we are looking at is arming that spaceship for when we journey into space, in case of pirates and things. The design of the spaceship is a bit, yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes, I think, really, at the end of the day. But I'm hoping that things will go well. So, GPS, Earth, MG, and we'll call it a mine. Okay, let's see if we can open a mine up. So we're still at the beginning of mid-game. We've gone through the startup. We're on our second base. We moved from our first base to a secondary base where we're starting a shipyard. So we can travel to space. That's magnesium. That's not a bad tunnel. I did well. Hey, hey! Go me. And that's roughly where I'm up to at the moment. Starting to build our first spaceship. The base is functional. Hydrogen is on its way. You had to start again today. The save file on the dedicated server became corrupt. Oh, that's a damn shame. Bless. Yeah, corrupted files. Bad thing these days. Very bad thing. I'm not sure why it happens. Not sure at all. If I knew the reason why, I'd be able to help, but unfortunately I don't know. I haven't experienced it myself yet. So when I do, I'll have a copy of some corrupted files and I'll be able to look at it for you. Right, let's mine some of this stuff. How good is that mining? Oh, pure magnesium. That's nice. I think we'll take some of that. Yeah, starting again is never a bad thing, but also it can be a massive inconvenience, especially on a server, because it doesn't just affect one person. It affects everybody, I believe. I'm not sure of your total situation, obviously, but yeah, not good. Definitely not good.
Inventory full.
So, I haven't made myself a mining machine. The machine I have here, I intentionally have left the drill off the front. Reason being, the ship itself isn't capable of carrying too much. So, I thought it was better to mine by hand and just use it as a simple cargo ship instead of a mining ship. Mining by hand isn't as inefficient as people think, so to me it doesn't really matter because the time it takes to do this allows me to get my base sorted out with its power needs and currently its cargo needs. So that's why I'm not rushing. Or doing things in the most efficient manner. I think that's a better way of putting it. It wouldn't help me at this stage. I'd just be left waiting on power needs and cargo space. Or having to build more power and cargo, which would extend the build quite a lot. But it's definitely been an eye-opener today. How much magnesium do I need? Not that much. I think 10k for initial ammunition, because that's basically what it's going to be for, ammunition only. I think we've got enough for now. We can come back for more if we need any. Our base is still in a rough, raw state. So nothing special, let's put it that way. Everything's pretty rough and raw at the moment, unfortunately. But I would like to finish it before I leave for space for the first time. That would be nice. And this thing when heavy, it flies horrible. It really does. Not a very good flyer, unfortunately. So if anybody wants to copy these designs, they can do, but I'm not sure I would. To be honest. The design of my spaceship has turned out to be unique. It's I'm just feeling my way through the design now, trying to work out where to place blocks and see what we can do. I think you'll spot the ship as we go into dock. I think it's a bit unmissable right now. Looks a bit like a pyramid gone wrong. Oh, we're way overweight. Power went through the roof there. Careful. Don't want to fall out of the sky. So we have this pyramid scheme going on. Not sure what the heck to call that. You start small, but it always ends up bigger than planned. Yes, yeah. I mean, the base itself hasn't been too bad. The base has worked out okay. I'm not sure about this ship, though. I build it in a modular fashion, which means I will do small sections at a time. So today we have laid the foundation of the structure, and it's starting to take shape. Not so sure about the shape, let's be honest. It's a little bit weird. It's not your atypical build, put it that way. There we go, and docked. Yeah. Whether I will complete this design or scrap it, I don't know. Need another couple of thrusters here and batteries there and so on. Yes. Yeah, when it came to the thrusters, the design principle was to put them around a central hub at the centre of the machine. And that's been interesting. Very interesting. Has given me a few design choices which I wasn't aware I was going to make. So I'll show you what I mean. See what you think. So I built a platform using... well, I'm not sure what I was using. The engines are through the centre for downwards thrust, and on either side I've placed a conveyor with the thrusters going off each direction to give us all 6 directions. 2 cargo containers might not be enough, because this is hydrogen, obviously. So as you can see, there's a thruster out the side, there's a thruster going upwards, and of course there's a thruster out the back. We can't place any blocks within 2 of the thrusters, so it's going to leave open gaps here at the back, up and down, which gives me a slight problem making this airtight, because obviously there's holes in the ship. This is module 1, the Get You Off Planet module. I don't know how it's going to work, or what it's going to be built into at this stage. Module 2 I haven't even thought about yet. I know where it goes at the back of this, below and to the back. This is the front with the seat going here. The control panel's going to go in that space there. I think behind that we're going to have to put the batteries and the gyros. Light armour, all light armour, yes, at this stage. I am prepared to panel it in hard, heavy, put heavy panels covering especially vulnerable areas. Depending on turret placement, because you can't panel around turrets. No, you can't place panels on thrusters, unfortunately. So the weak spot of this design is that central core area there. The centre of the conveyor system, which if broken, hydrogen will then cease to go through, and yeah, we die in the water. I'm a bit concerned about that. A little bit concerned about it, shall we say. I'm not sure how this is going to go, to be honest. That space is coming down forwards. I think it will be alright to do so. If that comes down forwards, I can put plated glass here, can't I? Bulletproof glass. We can section off this part for airtightness, which would be a big advantage, or we could put a cockpit in. The easiest solution is to put a cockpit in, giving us more room for later development. But we have to make the thrusters next. Everything's conveyed up, as you can see on the floor. Conveyors now run around up the whole platform. Hydrogen tanks will be installed at the back. So I am thinking, if hydrogen's going here at the back, we can place the batteries and the gyros here, matching up next to those engines. 3 across. It could work. It's not a definite. It certainly isn't a definite. It's so weird, this. I think it's a cockpit initially. I know that's a cop-out, but we need to build those thrusters. Oh god, how much does a thruster cost? Oh, metal grids, lovely. We're going to need some cobalt. So, currently I'm trying to gain resources. So I guess that's what I'm doing, really. The resources to build it. If we can get past the thrusters, everything else is pretty much simple. It'll be interesting. Our hydrogen tank is filling nicely as well. That's an automated mining platform down the bottom. We've been just over 1 million ice now, about 1,200,000 ice. Enough to probably fill up 1 tank of hydrogen. Roughly. We'll see how that goes. Not quite sure. I've got 2 cobalts. The MG mine had cobalt next to it. Right, let's see where these are. Three kilometers. Got silver. That's looking like the closest. Oh no, that's 376. I think we'll use that one there. Okay. Ship's ready. So yeah, today's been about building that the basic structure for the spaceship, fixing up the base a little bit so that it's usable, and yeah, gaining resources. Resources aren't looking fantastic, I'll be honest. So it's, yeah, a bit hit and miss whether we're going to make it within the next stream. I've only got 8,000 iron. It's not enough. But we do now have magnesium. That goes in that slot there. We need over 150 magnesium for ammunition. Well, we don't really need that much, just 100 would be fine. Alright, let's go and have a look for cobalt. That's going to be our next area that we will run out in. Especially making engines. They are expensive on cobalt. I actually don't know how much cobalt is required. All I know is that cobalt takes an absolute age to refine. So that's not good, I guess. What we do have here is iron and cobalt. Now we do have an iron mine. Okay. Let's just have a look at the GPS. So we do have an iron mine in this location, I believe. Right there. Where would be the cobalt in the situation to that? Alright, let's find out. Gotta be careful. 20 meters, okay. .5 meters away. We placed our mine here. I don't think... cobalt 100. Okay. So we do have cobalt here. Can I get a fix on that? Come on, little one, give me the cobalt. There you are. $100. That's deep. That is quite deep for cobalt. I think we can get to it. .255 meters, yeah, we're fine. What I would prefer to do though is to use the mine that I already have to get to it. And we are looking at 120 to 130 meters. Okay. So what we can do is use this, I think. Oh, there's gold down here. That's a nice bonus if we can get hold of some of that as well, but it's not an urgent thing. I don't like digging too many holes. I don't mind doing the tunnelling, I just don't like digging too many holes. It does affect performance, unfortunately. So what I would normally do is, in one ore area, is dig one hole and then expand from that, rather than digging separate mines for each one. This is deep. We're getting there. Okay. We are within the area, the cobalt area. There it is. Take it downwards. Alright, we're going to... it's not good. Crouch. Let's see if we can get to it. Probably around about here. We'll curve it round slightly, see if we can hit it. There we go, got it. Stand up now. I think it's here somewhere, yes it is. Right, that's the vein. See if we can uncover a little bit more. There you are. You beaut. So if we take this part of the vein here, we should be good. Right, I think we've got a cobalt mine.
Inventory full.
So the trick to cobalt,
Inventory full.
don't gather too much. That's a bad angle. We're not getting up there in a hurry, are we? Okay, we can use that. There. You might be wondering why I'm not using hydrogen. Practice. Really? Of not using it? Oh, that's bad. I've really got the angles wrong here. I need to do better at the angles, especially on this kind of thing. Oh wow, I am really bad at this today. This is unusual for me. I know it's doable. That's how you do it. Yeah, my apologies for that. I really did bad angles at the end there. Unusual. Very unusual. I prefer a walk-in, walk-out mine rather than just hydrogen-based, you know, where you're flying. And it stops me from hitting my head on the ceiling. Shadman says I'll get to much and never have to mine it again. Yeah, about that. Might not be a good idea, I'm not sure. We are going to have to get some more 531, isn't it enough? Blast. Single pling. There we go. Not too bad. Not a good result on the shaft dig, but hey ho. Have to do better. I think I rushed that a little bit too much.
Inventory full.
That's better. That balances it all up a bit. There we go. Right, so we have a walk-in, walk-out mine for Cobalt now. That's good news. Now, processing Cobalt will depower the base. Unfortunately. What to do? What to do? Get some iron whilst we're here, may as well. Also allows us to clean this rubbish up. So I think this is possibly the hardest part of the game, which is management of your resources. You don't have to, I guess. But I think it's wise to do so. And we do need the stone. Unfortunately. Just unfortunately. That's okay. Lovely. I think we have iron and stone now. 2, 1. I think we can take more iron at this stage. So we are at the stage now where we have all of the major ores for completing the game. We don't have access to platinum or uranium. We haven't mined gold at this stage either, although it is available to us. There are reasons for that, because gold takes quite a while. And I would like to be doing other things whilst the gold is mining. That'll do, for now. Interesting. Alright. So we can get home without crashing. Would be nice. Whoops, way too fast. The ship's thrusters aren't that good. This ship is slightly underpowered for what we're doing with it. Probably requires more batteries on it. Probably. Just have to be very careful with it. Not throw it around too much. And hopefully it'll survive. Hopefully. Looks okay. There we go. Nose up a little. Thank you. Gone. Lovely. Now, the problem bit is the refinery. Cobalt will block. I think that's okay. Lovely. And that is where we are up to. We have our basic constructions complete. All areas. Is anything finished? No, absolutely not. The base has a long, long way to go. Definitely has a long, long way to go. We've got full buildings to create. We've got a ship to make. Well, the beginnings of a ship to make. We've still got our ice mine running very, very slowly. It's going to be very passive at the moment whilst we get rid of some of that ice that we dug out. We'll change that into hydrogen. That'll take time. In the meantime, what we can do is we can gather resources, try and finish the engines on the base build. I think that's going to be the key to doing the base build for the spaceship. And maybe putting a link module in as well for the next part of the ship. I'm not sure about that. It'll work. I'm sure it'll work. I just don't know how it's going to look. So, 4 hours. We are at the end of today's session. It's been really nice. It's good that Green Daz Gaming came by. Thank you very much for that. Shadman, thank you. To everybody else that's popped in today, we've had... who we had today? Dicey's been by. That's good news. For all of you who have joined us today, it's going to be a big thank you. This will be continued. There is a schedule up on my Twitch here, if you want to have a look at the schedule for what I'm doing. And I will be posting this up onto YouTube as well, I think. I think it's worth doing. In the meantime, we have to save this out because I'm not allowed to play it while it's not streaming, obviously. I want to show everything that I do. So, in the meantime, what I'd like you to do is try things out. Try things out for yourself. See what happens. See where it takes you. Think outside the box sometimes and see if new designs come to mind, or something just appears as you start designing something. Something appears from whatever you're doing. That's what I'm trying. I want to see whether different things will happen, whether different builds will occur. It's going to be an interesting little experiment. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this results and whether this ship that I seem to be building will actually fly. I think we're going to know this weekend. In fact, I have a big feeling it's definitely going to be completed this weekend and it's going to go for its first test flights. That's going to be interesting, peeps. So, in the meantime, take care. Thank you, Hindsight. Take care, and above all, have fun.